How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Anyway, um, welcome. How's everyone? I've already asked it like 3 times. But I have been doing a lot of reading today. I've read 20% of my current read, which I will not be telling you about at this time. The ones that know, they know. So I think what I'm gonna do during our first sprint is I have some vlog clips that I need to organize, and so I will be importing them and putting them in the folder that they need to be in, and then deleting old footage. So that's what I'm going to do during our first sprint. We're probably going to do the little Sanderson discussion before the first sprint. So I would not. I would assume it's gonna be a nice 30 minutes of discussion. I would assume. I could be wrong. I could be wrong here. I'm assuming once everyone is in here, once everyone is settled, it'll be a nice 30 minutes of discussion. Hello, welcome. Welcome. You're reading Black Candle Women. Love this for you. Can't say that I've seen you tweet that you're reading it, so I've seen the cover, but I have no idea what that book is about. Welcome to Birdie and the Books, Alicia. Welcome. Welcome. How's everyone doing? Aaron, let us know what you're going to be reading. And your thoughts and opinions. I waffled on if I wanted to pull up the tweet that Aaron sent me. What was it, like Tuesday? I don't know. I could look at the thing. And I did put, like, I have it and I have it like ready for the screen share, but I don't know if I need to read the tweet. So maybe I will, just so we're all on the same page about why Mr. Sanderson is in my thoughts today. But I'm gonna give people a couple more minutes to trickle in. I guess I could also do the good booktube thing and be like, this is live, but probably won't do that. Maybe during the sprint, I'll tweet that out. It's a multi-generational story about a family of Black women who also have voodoo powers. Interesting. You would think that would be up my alley because I do like a good intergenerational story. But you do kind of lose me with the magic. You do you do kind of lose me with the magic just a tiny bit, just a tad, if you will. It's like a little sprinkle of losing me. The timeline been wild with discourse over Sandy. Yeah. And some of the discourse doesn't make sense to me. Welcome, Kate. Welcome. I'm gonna give people a couple more minutes, and then I will pull up my thing is like I think the person who tweeted this thread thinks that the take is a little spicier than it really is, but that also could just be me. It could also just be me. Welcome. Happy you can make it. So let me go ahead and make myself a little bit smaller. And this is a lovely tweet from Mackenzie where I think it'll give us the date. Let me go over here. So on January 17th, they tweeted this out. So this is the first tweet in the thread. I don't care that Brandon Sanderson has made steps toward being inclusive. In his most recent books, he still teaches that and uses resources from BYU. So he is directly profiting off the Mormon church, which is incredibly homophobic. One of 3. Also, in order to use these resources, he most likely pays tithes to the church, which means money from his books is going toward the homophobic church. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. I know y'all are gonna get heated and defend him, but like 2 out of 3. The bottom line is money from his books goes directly into the homophobic things. Exclamation mark. Like, period. That's just period. Not great, IMO. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Why this take needed to be 3 tweets? I don't know. I don't know why it needed to be 3 tweets. I think we got everything we needed in this tweet up here. I think we got it. So, in response to this, do I pull up Aaron? Let me pull up Aaron's. So I'm gonna make myself big again because Aaron followed it up with a quote tweet. So we're gonna get Aaron. Miss Booked and Busy. Let me pull it up. And because Aaron had some questions for the girls. Aaron always has questions for the girls. Aaron calls me the journalist, but she the journalist. Okay. Do. So here I go. This is Aaron's question to the spicy thread. Curious if you have the same take on authors of other religions, because I do believe most major organized religions are homophobic. Period. I know for a fact the Christian churches. Period. And so let's see some of the responses, because I feel like some of these responses are the things that I don't really understand. This is my thought. We're not going after other authors for belonging to a church with problematic stances. It's one thing if the author is clearly homophobic, but this is different. I mean, I would argue that the difference is he's a Mormon, but you know. Okay, this is actually what I thought. Why are we criticizing individuals for their religion or spiritual beliefs? Question mark. When they are not blatantly being a bigot? Question mark. It makes me uncomfy. Personally, comma. I don't have a problem with Sanderson, comma, but I won't buy his books new. Okay, that's interesting. He is an active member of the LDS Church, comma, which means that he is giving 10% of his income to the church, comma, an institution that is actively harming the LGBTQ community, period. My issue is that he is consistently right as if queer people don't exist, comma, having read 5 of his books so far, released at different points in his career, period. I've decided if I see no change in Defiant, comma, I won't read any more of his books, period. I hold all authors to this, comma, religious or not. I don't know. It sort of feels like people will look for anything to cancel someone. I agree that most religions are homophobic, but I don't know if that means we should stop reading from people who believe in that religion, unless they are spreading hate. I also think you can't just judge someone on their religion. I know plenty of people who claim to believe in a certain religion, but their actions are not hateful or hurtful. When do we start judging people by their character and not their labels? Question mark. The official position of the Catholic Church is that homosexual sex is evil. LMAO. They're not asking what most Muslims believe either. I don't know. There's something about Finnegan, of all these people. I just don't trust. I don't know this person. Please don't attack any of these people in the comments. But this one I feel like I trust the least. And that is all of the little responses from Aaron's little thing. And my yes, we really are. We're going through all of them, at least the ones that I had access to. Maybe somebody blocked me that responded to Aaron's little thing. But for me, I feel like it's a little bit, and I've said this to Aaron. Aaron and I have been talking about this for a couple of days, and I feel like I feel like it's very different to judge someone. I feel like it's weird to see. I understand, like, at least on book Twitter, I'm assuming that when people say Christianity, what they're really talking about is like the evangelical people who are like the Tammy Fays of the world, the weirdos out there in the universe. But Mormons are Christians. I know that they want to be separate, but you know, they're Christians. They believe in Jesus. He's their savior out there on the planet. And I think that it's weird to compare, you know, a very specific set of Christianity to every Christian ever, because there are denominations who are fine with the homosexuals, who are like, come to the congregation, you can be in the choir. So I think that it's very weird to use that word in that way. And I think you would only use that word in that way in America. It's just me. I think it's very strange. I think it's very weird. But I very much do think that it's very different. And I think, like Miss Spicy, whatever her name was a fucking Melody. You're not gonna catch me buying his books brand new either. Although you almost did. You almost did. Can you imagine that first half off hardcover sale? I did nearly buy the entire Stormlight, and it wasn't that I didn't buy them because he's a Mormon, because I knew he was a Mormon. I also think that I've seen that floating around a lot, is that people did not understand that Brandon Sanderson was a Mormon, when, like, I feel like next to Stephanie Meyer, he's Mormonism's most well-known author. I mean, I guess Joseph Smith, but like I don't know if you're supposed to call the prophet an author, so let me not attack Joseph. So I think next to Stephanie Meyer, he's like Mormonism's most well-known author, specifically for being a Mormon. Um, and I do think that it's fair to criticize him, specifically when he's still a Mormon. Like I think it's one thing to be like, oh, I go to church and I don't believe everything that the pastor man says, but like if you're in a cult, maybe it's not nice to call the Mormons a cult, but they are. And so it's like if you're in a cult, like congratulations. I'm really happy that Brandon isn't an idiot and he does want people to continue to buy his books. And so like he's not gonna tell the gay people buying his books that he thinks they're gonna burn in hell. I think that's just, good marketing. But I do think that if you how did you not know that? I felt like everybody knows. I felt like, yeah, Stephanie Meyer's a Mormon. Uh, welcome. Mormonism also requires tithing to be an active member of the religion. No one at the Catholic Church ever barred me from going to a wedding because I didn't donate to the church enough. Exactly. Like, in order to do certain things at their little temples or whatever, I think they're temples. In order to do the templing and to be a good Mormon, like there are things that you have to do that is not necessarily required at other denominations. Um, so like you can go to other Christian denominations and be in their little service and they'll pass around the collection plate and people might look at you funny if you don't tithe. And the pastor might, be up there preaching some prosperity gospel. But again, it's very different than being an active Mormon. So what's silly to me is a hot take announcement because you're not going to convince anyone to stop being an author based off Twitter. But it's not all a hot take to be like the Mormon church is bad. Exactly. Like that's kind of where I am. I think that it's not a hot take to say the Mormon church is bad. And I also don't think the little spicy thread was going to convince anybody to not read Brandon Sanderson. I think that Brandon's real issue is that his books are not good. I think that's his biggest hurdle. I don't think his hurdle is his religion. But I do think that it does, in addition to saying do y'all hold other Christian authors to this standard? I think that it's very, for me, it's weird to do that because I don't think that there are other authors writing. I can't even say like secular books because I read The Way of Kings. I read The Way of Kings. Everybody, it was Bible fan fiction. It was very clearly inspired by the Lord Jesus. God makes a cameo. He has angels in the book. Like it's The Way of Kings is the name of the Bible in The Way of Kings. Like I do think that there are other if other books were out here, giving religion realness, people would call that out and they would be like, I don't really want to read your religious propaganda in my fantasy. Like I think that um I think that there are definitely authors out there who write religion to their books and people are like, I don't want to read the religion in the book. I think that is a very disingenuous take. I think that it is a little silly. I think that there is, I mean, maybe this is just me because YouTube somehow thinks that I want to be on the Christian side. Exactly. Like BookTube thinks that I want to be on the Christian fiction side of BookTube. I don't know what the YouTube algorithm is saying about me, but I get suggested the Christian fiction girlies all the time, and nobody's reading them. Like nobody's reading them. Like yes, people do say, "Oh, this person, like this person is reading Christian fiction. This person writes Christian fiction. I'm not reading them." Yes, like Romance Lane does this all the time. Like I understand that the little Christian romance is often entirely just very racist. But as someone who has watched, the little Romance Landia monthlies, seeing the the Christian fiction girlies out here with their racism, like yes, people very much do say this author is, a Christian. I don't want to read their Christian values in my romance. I'm not going to read the book. People definitely do hold, and I also think that it's very different for Brandon Sanderson, who is a noted Mormon. I think that next to his books, like he's most well known for his writing series, which is available entirely on YouTube. He has guest lecturers. I think that there's like stuff with Mary Robinette Cobal or whatever. Like there are other authors who have like come to his class at BYU and like they're part of his lecture series that is available on YouTube. I feel like that is a cornerstone of his identity as just a person on the internet. And so like I do think that it's a little weird for someone to make a not how do I want to phrase this? Like it's not like him being a Mormon was like some secret that nobody knew, and now we have like found it in his trash. Like no one had to go through his personal life to see that he was a Mormon. Like he is very public with the fact that he's a Mormon. There's been like 17 different Q&As bandied about the timeline, and every Q&A that's bandied about the timeline is him being very upfront and honest about his faith. So it's like one thing if, I'm Joe Author and I've never told anybody that I'm a Mormon, and now all of Twitter is talking about me being a Mormon and what that means about, my books and how I'm writing certain characters or whatever. But he's very upfront and honest about his religion and how he likes to go to his little be a Mormon and do his thing, which good for him. But I do think that if you want, I also think that if he had just like not tried to publish 4 secret books this year, nobody would care. Nobody would care. Like I understand that he puts out books at a consistent rate, but you got this whole like hashtag year Sanderson going on. I do think people are going to talk about you. People are going to talk about you. If he wasn't sending out his little book boxes and dropping secret books with ugly ass covers, nobody would care about this tweet. Nobody would care. Like I'm sure this person would have tweeted it out and like somebody would have talked about it, but I don't think I would have had like I've seen nothing but people talking about Brandon Sanderson all week, and it's annoying because just don't read the books. Just don't read them. But I think there was a comment up here that I wanted to get to that I didn't. I'm at the space where I don't judge anyone for their religion unless they're vocalizing hate on their platform or pushing hateful views in their books. I mean, that's fair, but I also think that like again, like the Mormon church is a bunch of weirdos. I'm sorry. I mean, to be fair, like the regular church is like the less culty of the two cults you can be. Like you can be in the cult or you can be in the fundamentalist cult. So like I guess you gotta drink a poison, drink the less culty one. But let's see. Your bias though, you also got all of book Twitter up your ass. We had this take 2 years ago. I realize people just don't care about that. People read no matter what, so you're not fighting that fight anymore. The selection by Kiera Cass is supposedly inspired by the story of Esther. The more you know. Honestly, I still think people don't care. They just want to get. I mean, do I think that whatever their name was, Melody or whatever? Do I think? Let me just stop making up their name. Mackenzie. Do I think that? Do I think that Mackenzie cares? Absolutely. Do I think that everybody else cares? No. But I do think that I do stand by the fact that it's disingenuous to make the argument that other people do not care about an author's religion. And if people are not making I want to say judgments, but decisions on what to read based on that. I do think people do that. Do I think it's widespread? And do I think they do that with every author? No. I don't think they do it with every author, but I also don't think that every author under the sun, every popular author under the sun, is as open and honest and discussing their religion, or their religion isn't as, I want to say like part of his brand. I don't think it's part of his brand, but they're not as associated with their religion as Brandon Sanderson is. Like it's not like Brandon Sanderson is just, oh yeah, I do believe in God, and when he's making acceptance speeches, he thanks God or whatever, in a culturally relevant to the world way. He's a noted Mormon, and that's gonna come with some baggage when you're a Mormon. And the Mormons love them a good little persecution. So let me help him on his little persecution journey. I know I've done the anti-TBR tag, but it's so strange for me going away to tell me which authors and books you won't be reading. I mean, do I think that Mackenzie mooted? Again, I think that if we were not doing this year of Sanders, also, this is the real crime. The real crime that let me get this off the screen. The real crime that Brandon Sanderson is committing is sending out these little boxes. One, I tweeted about this, but y'all gave this man millions of dollars, $25 million, $10 million, $8 million, whatever it was. I don't know what it was. Y'all gave this man millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. So he could go on and publish these little books by himself. And that was great. I love that for y'all. Y'all really want to support this man in his endeavors to self-publish these books. The covers are hideous. And all the money that y'all gave him, like not a single dollar could have gone the cover designer, because it looks like the mock-up covers, the mock-up covers and the final cover for at least the green book, Test of the Emerald Sea or whatever. It's the same. It's Canva. Y'all gave this man millions of dollars, and you're getting a Canva book. Then y'all gave this man. Some people gave this man hundreds of dollars, hundreds of dollars. And in my mind, if I were to get, I think it's like what, 4 secret books, one a quarter. So you get 4 books at this, $600 price tag or whatever. You get a physical, which has been delayed. Physical copies of this book are delayed. You get the audiobook and you get the ebook. So 12 copies of a book. That's easily $600. It could easily be $600 for just 12 books. Okay, got it. But then he said you're going to get 8 months of just fun merchandise. In this first box, it was some envelope closures. So it's a sticker. You got a fucking sticker and a t-shirt and an enamel pin. An enamel pin, a t-shirt. And I don't know if you had to like select your size, whatever the process is, because I didn't give this man $600. So maybe it's a t-shirt that fits. Maybe, hopefully, you got to select your size. And some stickers. And again, I understand that the $600 covers, 12 books. But I would want my money back. And I see nothing but like, ooh, I'm so excited. I love it. I love it. And I'm like, you don't love it. There ain't no fucking way you love giving somebody $600 for a fucking enamel pin. Like, let's be serious. That's the real crime. If you specifically want education about Mormonism, Jordan McKay are a good channel when it comes to deconstructing Mormonism. You had to mute his name because you couldn't care less. I feel like as an author, I personally gave him a fair shot at one point, but like you said, the books are exactly like this is the real crime. The real crime is the books are not good. The real crime is the books are not good. We're going to circle back to him when we talk about beginner fantasy later on in the sprints, because we're not done with him. We're not done. Because I think that people like to think that Mr. Sanderson is not beginner friendly, and I'm going to have to vehemently disagree. But yeah, the books are not good. That's his real crime. Y'all gave this man hundreds of dollars, and he could not find a new cover designer because the shit looks like it came out of Canva, like it was in with whatever. Like either the mock-ups were bad, and he didn't get a better and improved designer, or he liked the mock-up so much that he was just like, oh yeah, like don't even change the mock-up for the final product. So it was stupid. Also, book Twitter tends to paint religion in very black and white. So I don't want a much deeper discussion. I mean, do I think that is a much more nuanced discussion? Yes, because like I said, I don't think that Brandon Sanderson personally believes that his gay fans are going to rot in hell. Like, I don't think that he thinks that. I'm sure that when he says that he is to the left of the church and like he hopes that one day that the prophet will understand that gay people are, like that they're just made in God's image. But also, like, this is the same church that was like black people are black because of evil in the world, and so y'all can't join the Mormon church until 1970. So like continuing to be a part of that kind of an organization is just automatically sus to me. And when I saw what he did with the Parshendi and the Parchment, and you can tell me that I don't know all the full story, but again, I think that it's a lot. It's a lot to ask of somebody, specifically in this day and age, like in ye old times when Joseph Smith was out here conning the people and he was being a con artist and a charlatan. Good for him. If you want to be a con artist and charlatan, good for him. But hundreds of years later, and y'all still following Joseph Smith? Come on now. Like, yes, all religions are, that all religions have their problems. But I think that if we're following a religion that was made in the 1800s, like, come on now. At least the Catholics can say, it was the year 1 AD. Like it was the year 276 BC. Like it's a long storied history. But the Mormons got what, 1862? like the Mormons and the Civil War like they're in the same era, like come on now. You're reading. We're gonna do our first sprint here at the half hour, so in 5 minutes. Look at that. I definitely thought we would have a discussion about Mr. Sanderson for 30 minutes, and we did. We were doing 4 sets of 45-minute sprints. So if you're just joining us, you haven't missed the first sprint. We've been talking about Brandon Sanderson. If you want the discussion during the sprint, feel free to rewind it back, and you'll still have 15 minutes to read. They're so cheap. So, maybe the t-shirt is a good quality, but again, like, I don't know if you were asked your size. I don't know if they're just, like, doing whatever. I would assume it's a t-shirt, like, they ask these people their sizes, but I don't know. Um, well, the physical book did not ship in the box. The physical book was delayed. So they got a box of merchandise and they have the first book, I think the audio and the ebook, but I don't think anyone has a copy of the physical book of that yet. But feel free to tell me that I am incorrect. Dina, I want 80%. Hello, welcome. Listen, not that's what I said, an enamel pin. I don't think they're trying to cancel him, but they're having a discussion about him. They do. The fantasy girlies love Brandon Sanderson. And I think that Brandon Sanderson, okay, people did provide their sizes. Um it is a shirt that will fit. Is it a quality shirt? I don't know. It looked like it was a screen printing. It looked like you get it at Target. You could probably get something very similar from Teespring or Etsy. I'm sure you could find a better design on Etsy. Let's see here. You've enjoyed some of Branderson's books, not Branderson. I've enjoyed some of Brandon's book, but you're not going to pay that much money to keep on Sanderson. You're reading Warbreaker. I love that for you. I'm not. We are going to have a discussion about beginner fantasy probably after the first sprint. After the first sprint, we're going to have a nice long discussion about beginner fantasy. And it's not even that I have an issue with the word beginner fantasy. I see this, it's not even just in the fantasy genre. And I started to tweet this earlier, but there are even videos out there like beginner fucking literary fiction. It's just like, to me, this is my thesis. This is my thesis about this like word beginner. I think that it's just a nice way of people telling you that you're fucking stupid. And I think that it's very insulting. And I don't understand why we need entire videos dedicated to it. But again, we will get into it. We will get into it later. I believe that they got emails because the box that they got this month wasn't even supposed to be this month. It was supposed to be next month's box, but there was some mix up. And again, I didn't order it, so I'm sure that the nice little people at his little company, they're doing what they need to do to talk to their consumers. I think that what is it? His little self-publishing arm that publishes all his special editions of like The Way of Kings and Mistborn and stuff. I think he probably has some good customer service because it's not like this is his first little rodeo. It's his first rodeo doing like specialty book boxes, I believe. So I'm sure that his customer service people were on it in terms of like letting people know what was happening. But in terms of like when I'm seeing people unbox it and I'm seeing fucking stickers, an enamel pin, and a t-shirt, and I'm like, y'all pay $600. And I understand that it's not $600 per box. It was $600 for an entire year, 12 books, this, that, and the third. I'm just like, come on now. I can guarantee you that you are not too stupid for that, man. I can 100% promise you that you are not too stupid. I wish I could tell you. I really wish I could tell you, but I don't know. Like I can say what aspirational litfic is. It's like it's not quite contemporary. It's trying to do something with language and words, but like beginner litfic, I don't know. They do ask for it, but I think sometimes the market has provided a solution. And so if everybody and their mother has provided people with fantasy books that are beginner, then I think people are like, oh, clearly to get into fantasy, I need to do beginner. But I also, we got 15 seconds until it's, the 30-minute mark according to StreamYard. And so I'm not going to get into it now, but we will get into the beginner. We will, I promise. It does. It's very condescending. I mean, I'm stupid too, but I don't need a beginner book. Because two people are not going to give you the same beginner fantasy. I can tell you that right now. No interest in Sanderson. Rereading Opal and Ned because Donnie Walton is coming to your town. I love this for you. I wish it were me. Yes, we had a nice little discussion. About him. People make books out to be more intimidating when they truly are, but the girlies def ask for. I mean, yes, they do ask, but sometimes You just gotta ignore what people are asking. You gotta ignore what they're asking for. Exactly. Nobody's too stupid. Like Sanderson writes for the lowest common denominator. They're just really long. There's long. But like he's writing for the lowest common denominator. I promise you'll understand. But it is the half hour. And I promised that we would do some reading. So I'm going to pull up our little kitty cat. The kitty cat will meow. If you come back in 45 minutes and tell me that the kitty cat scared you, I will laugh a little. I will laugh a little. It is going to meow. It'll might be a little unsettling. So like maybe have some ambiance in the background. Get a little fire crackle going, get a little rain noise so it's not dead silence. But in 45 minutes, we'll be back to talk about beginner fantasy and why I think that it needs to be retired. Welcome back, readers. I can guarantee that we will not be taking a 5-minute break. So let me just go ahead and reset the timer. How did everybody do? I organized my vlog footage, so I was able to free up some space, moved everything to my external hard drive. It was very productive. If you're just joining us, you did miss our discussion about the Brandy Sandy. About while I think that the Twitter streets is a little disingenuous, but also a little genuine, you'll have to scroll back, scrub back to the beginning for that one. But you are here in time for a discussion about beginner fantasy. I'm gonna let people let me know how they did on their little reading sprint before we dive into that. So let's see here. I mean, I don't. We'll get into books with no magic. We will definitely get into this. You did come at the right time, Book Terror. Uh, okay, again, we'll get into it. We will get into all of that as soon as everyone tells me how they did with their little reading sprint. Welcome, Bree. How did you do? Everyone's saying hi to Bree. You never get scared by the kitty timer, but this time you did. Listen, hate to see it. 60 pages from the end of Darius the Great deserves better. Can you? I think it's it's on that shelf with all my paperbacks. Well, not all the paperbacks, but like paperbacks I'm keeping. Let's see here. You didn't read. You washed dishes and you watched some booktube. Okay, what booktube were you watching? Who were you seeing? Made it to 38% via audio for The Vanished Bird by Simon Jimenez. You spent the entire time trying to decide what to read and you still haven't decided. Okay, well, maybe by the end of our discussion about beginner fantasy, you will have something that you want to read. You read a couple of chapters, things are already heating. You weren't expecting that. Did you tell us? Let me scroll back to the beginning. I'm sure you told us what you're reading, Whitney. Let me see here. Reading And They Live Happily Ever After by Teresa Bahari. Okay. Teresa Bahar. I've never heard of this person, but that's not surprising. That's not surprising to anybody. Welcome. You listen to Landline by Rainbow Rowell. Okay, look at you. Look at you reading them little canceled authors. I joke. I joke. You're editing a video you decided to post today. Okay, look at you editing a video and posting it in the same day. That takes dedication. 80 pages into Graceling. Okay. I think somebody's doing a read along. I think, or is that just? Am I thinking of Steph? I think Steph is doing a read along, and then I guess Bethany and some other people. I want to say it was an Australian. Don't hold me to that. I know they were doing a read along, but I think they're like at Sea Sparrow. Is that the most recent one? But I guess if you were reading Graceling and someone had just finished a read along, it'd be a good time because then you don't have to wait for their discussion because they already had it. Still on this audiobook, you keep pausing, you make significant progress. You're 32% in right now. For me, beginner fantasy is just anything that is not high fantasy. Just read magical realism or cozy fantasies. Life isn't that hard. Okay, interesting. Okay, if this person irritates you, why are you watching them? I thought we were doing things that sparked joy this year. Graceling is a fave. Reading Jade Legacy. Can I tilt my camera without being embarrassed? Let's see here. Yep, it's up there. We got it. It's up on the top shelf up there. I love that for you. It's for our project. Otherwise, you couldn't pay me to touch it. Okay, what's the project? Can we know? Reading books by canceled authors? Let me stop. 15 pages and you folded some laundry. We love productivity. You get good direction from her, but she has a lot of extreme opinions. Okay. I haven't watched an Emily Fox video in like 7 years. It feels like 7 years. I don't know if she's been making booktube videos for 7 years, but it's what it feels like. You didn't read, you ran a bath, and you poured some wine. Currently have a winter storm happening. We have some flurries, which I'm not super excited about because I do need to go to Target tomorrow. I've not gone to Target this week. See, people should be happy. Aaron, you should be proud of me. I've not been to Target all week. at all. And usually I'm there at least 3 times a week. So, I don't want to have to drive in the snow tomorrow. So I'm hoping it doesn't stick. I'm hoping. It looks like it's sticking, at least to the ground. It doesn't look like it's sticking to the roads yet. But let me go ahead and pull up my little tweety tweet because, I did this to Aaron. I got to do it to myself. We got to be equal opportunists. So a couple of days ago, let's see here. Listen, I haven't been at all. I haven't been there a single time this week. Listening to the collective. Okay. So on January 14th, as y'all can see, I tweeted, part of me is tempted to watch some beginner fantasy recommendation videos because every time I hear the phrase, I'm confusion, period. Like, what fantasy isn't beginner? That should have been a question, right? No, that was a statement. That was really a statement. I was right there. Like, I guess with romance, you can ease people into different tropes or smut levels, but like, what separates fantasy? And I got 2 question marks because I generally was asking a question. I really wanted to know. I needed the girls to tell me. And then I followed it up with, this tweet was brought to you by me watching TBRs recently and continually confused. And then I followed it up a day later and I said, I really should have made the original tweet unreplyable because it was mostly rhetorical. Because they chimed in the comments. I mean, we'll get to those. But everything being mentioned, which we'll get to in a moment, were things I considered before I hit the tweet button. And as someone with basic reading comprehension skills, they don't feel like things that are barriers. And when I say barriers, I was saying they don't feel like things that are barriers to fantasy, like that make fantasy harder to read or that would necessitate necessitate, is that a word? Necessitate someone beginner fantasy. You know what I mean? Like, it just felt like if you have, like, again, if you have basic reading comprehension skills, can I not? There we go. It's like, why can't I highlight basic reading comprehension skills? Highlighting the key phrase here. If you have basic reading comprehension skills, it really doesn't matter. But again, we're going to get into some of the original. So going back to my original tweet, which got the things that I said. But here's what the girlies were saying. This is what the community came to tell me. I don't gravitate towards fantasy, as I do essay collections and memoir, but I've read fantasy that overwhelms me with extremely unique names for people and places. If I read one fantasy, I'm like, okay, what's next? But if it's been a while, it's a tad intimidating. And I would say that I don't read essay collections, so I can't speak there. But I feel like a memoir could have just as many unique names and locations because they're not normal to me. Now, I'm not gonna say that there are, what is it? I'm not gonna say that just because like that's their name, like that's not a normal. I'm just saying like to me it might be a name that I don't encounter every day. So me reading a memoir with full of names and places that I don't encounter every day, to me is the same level of effort and reading comprehension that I would use in the memoir as I would in this fantasy. You know what I mean? Like we're still encountering new cultures and places and things, especially from a memoir. Like I can't, maybe if all you were doing was reading Matthew Perry and I don't know, the little Baywatch people and a Chris Evans, like, you know what I mean? Like, but I feel like if you're reading memoirs voraciously, you're encountering names and places and cultures and things that are unique to you and are different, and you're having to process them the same way you would in a fantasy. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me being incorrect. Then the good sis Heather said, I definitely think world building specifically is a lot to take in if you're used to reading contemporaries. It takes a lot of effort to digest the story. Like, even as a fantasy reader, I find sci-fi is difficult to get into because I can't visualize the world as easily. Again, maybe it's just me. If I don't visualize your world, like it's not a hang up. Like I don't need to have a movie in my mind to get into it, like I don't need it. Like, is it nice? Sure. But I also find that, especially, maybe it's the fantasy that I'd be reading, but the fantasy girlies, even like these really thick ass books, they don't be describing the shit that you need. They don't give you they don't give you the things that you actually need to give you the thing. And so I feel like it's really easy to be like, oh, it's hard for me to visualize because it's you, when really it's the author. Like the author is not doing their part, I think, in a lot of these cases. Then Vina came in and said, I think that they use the phrase beginner fantasy to describe fantasies that are easier to read slash have little to no magic that affects the plot. And that's fair. I think this is fair. I think that obviously if there's no magic in the book, it's a lot easier. It's more similar to something that you're already used to, but I don't know if I need it to be like labeled beginner. But I think that this so far is something I understand. World building, magic system, and prose. Some fantasies have simplistic works, especially low fantasies that take place here, while others have vast world maps, multiple countries and languages. Same with magic system. Some are simplistic and familiar, others are very technical. I don't think that a technical magic system, this is the thing that I think I blame Brandon Sanderson for. I blame Brandon Sanderson for. Like I don't think that you having to wrap your mind around the way a fantasy system, like the magic system, works is integral to understanding or caring any about any fantasy world. Like I don't think you have to be able to write a PhD term paper about how the system works and how it impacts other characters in order to get like something out of the plot. But maybe that's just me, because clearly the girlies disagreed. You've always assumed that beginner fantasy referred to books with simpler world building. So world building seems to be the kind of defining mark, at least in my Twitter replies. So now let me come back over here. We're going to have a conversation with the people who are actually here, all 78 of you, because as I was reading the comments on Twitter, I saw some coming in over here. So let me scroll back up. Let me tell you, as someone who doesn't read much fantasy, there's a difference. You either ease into the pool or you jump right in. Okay, maybe. I was generally was asking, followed up. It was, you know what? Listen, once I got the answers, I said, you know what? Maybe I wasn't genuinely asking. My beginner fantasy was Pride of the Orange Tree, and I don't understand what the difference is. I think that this is my thing. Like, is Pride of the Orange Tree very long? Yes, but like, there's nothing hard about it. But I also think, like, I mean, can I do this again? Going back to the little Greenbone saga, like, I think that if you were just to take what people were saying, right? So people were saying that it has a complex magic system, which the Greenbone Saga does. It does, in theory. There's a complex magic system. It's on a secondary world, and you have complicated dynamics between the people. But if I told you that the Greenbone Saga was an intergenerational story about a family and their impact on it's like a, you know, just families going at it, which is the same plot as any regular contemporary, is very different. I think that how people pitch books goes into what they're expecting to get out of it. I think that you could pitch the Greenbone Saga in a way that makes it sound like it's far more technical and like scary, and it's gonna like you're gonna need all of your brain power possible to understand it, and that's just simply, I want to say a lie, but like it's a lie. Like I do think that there is not Aaron. Okay, well I won't read Aaron's comment, but I saw your text message. um I do think that there is a sense from some people. There's a sense of some people in like the bookish space. I don't want to say like they need to feel more intelligent than other people, but I think some people definitely want to. Specifically, the kind of people who read really dense fantasies, they just want to feel smarter than you, and they want you to go into a book thinking that you need to be as smart as them to get something out of it. And if you don't go in braced to like write a term paper, then you are like the world's worst reader. And I think that is just something that I don't understand. I don't get it. Like it just I'm sorry. Specifically, I think of like things like The Eye of the World, or again, like Brandon Sanderson. Like they want you to think that if you don't understand Brandon Sanderson or you don't understand Robert Jordan, like then you're an idiot. You're just an imbecile. There's no way that you could possibly be a reader because you just don't understand the greatness of these people. And what these people are writing is very basic. Like you could give it to someone who is a child and the child would understand it. But and the thing is, like, these will be the same people who said, I read this book when I was 13, but you, grown woman, like you, grown man, you won't understand it. You won't understand it unless you can write me a term paper. And I think that that's really where the hangup is like, how is this some super complex fantasy that you read when you were 13? Like, this is the world's most complex fantasy. You read it when you were 13, but I need to have a PhD in English studies to understand it. Like, come on now. The world building, the writing style, and overall page/word count, the complexity of the magic, and the amount of characters and PvE all separate fantasy. I mean, I guess, but like, not really. Not really to me. Let's see here. Some fantasies out there are very dense and can be intimidating. I think like what somebody thinks is intimidating, there's no way I can tell you it's not intimidating. Like, there's just nothing that I can do about it. Like, someone could see, I don't know, fucking docile behind me. Can I point correctly? I can't. Docile. They could see docile, it's a little thick, and they're like, oh, can't read that. I got to go read American Royals. That's what I can do. There's nothing I can do to talk about. The docile isn't that intimidating. People see, where did I put it? Anna Karenina. It's like, there it is. Anna Karenina. And I can tell y'all to the towels come home that you can read this little translation by Richard and Larissa and understand everything. But no one's like, there are still people in my comment section from the little, go read this book who are like, I don't know, I'm still intimidating. There's no way I can tell you not to be intimidated by a book. So like, but I do think that intimidation has more to do with how books are pitched. Like, if I pitch Anna Karenina as, a book from 1786, Russian classic, and I tell you all about how it's going to get into the weeds about socialistic farming, okay, maybe you don't want to read it. But if I tell you it's a soap opera, maybe you want to read it. Maybe you want to read the soap opera book. Maybe that's more approachable. You think there are some fantasy books that are more difficult to understand / keep up with, but it isn't something that reading a simple fantasy would help. Exactly. Like, there's nothing reading. I don't exact. This is the thing. Like, there's nothing like reading a magical realism book where the magic is just kind of present in the story and you're following a more contemporary-esque plot line is not going to do anything. Specifically now in the age of every adult fantasy is a war book. Like, I can understand that. Like, I think if people approached pitching fantasies like they do pitching romance, where it's like, yes, I think that now people are like complaining that like, oh, everything is about the tropes, not really about the plot. I think that, but even that is more beneficial to me than every fantasy book is a war book. Every single one of them. Give me the fantasy that isn't a war book, please. Like, I would much rather fantasies be pitched like that, like the actual content of the story, like what am I going to get out of it, than like, oh, this is super complex, it's not beginner friendly. When the only way that you're going to prepare yourself to read something that is more advanced or whatever, is that you have to read it. Like, you have to attempt the climb. Like, you have to do it. You have to actually challenge yourself. And reading a bunch of magical realism is not going to get you to read a Brandon. Well, again, Brandon Sanderson is very easy to comprehend, but like, let's say you don't think it is. There's no amount of Sylvia Moreno Garcia that you can read that is going to prepare you for Brandon Sanderson. Like, this is not going to happen. Like, the only way that you are going to be more comfortable reading really smutty romance books is to read something that has a little bit more than hand holding. Like, if you want to ease into the smut levels, you gotta do one with like an open door sex scene, or like maybe there's blowjobs, or maybe you're okay with mutual masturbation. Like, you have to find something that's actually gonna get you where you want to go. You can't just read Sylvia Moreno Garcia and then think, oh well, I'm ready to go read I'm ready to read the good stuff now. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Let's see here. Essay collections well, obviously they have less pages, but like, that's just reading a longer book. Listen, I said this in the Patreon sprints, but I think that it is very important to acknowledge your roots. In myself, I was in the little remedial English class, okay? When I was in the 4th grade, I could not read the 4th grade books. And look at me now. If I can do it, anybody can do it. And the only way that you are going to do better is to just one, you got to keep reading. But 2, again, if you want to read like the complex books, you have to pick one up. Like, again, there's no Sylvia Moreno Garcia that's going to prepare you to read Malazan. Like, it's just not. If you want to read Malazan, go read Malazan. Like, there are things out there in the world that will actually help you that aren't just reading whatever it is you think you're reading. Like, reading Throne of Glass is not going to get you ready to go read Robert Jordan or J.R.R. Tolkien or the Christopher Riccio man or whatever his name is. But anyways, to me, a beginner is less beginner versus expert. Exactly. What are you looking for? Like, do you want something that is secondary world? Do you want something that's on our world? Do you want something that's more romance focused? Do you want something that is more wartime? Like, do you want historical fantasy? Like, that to me is more helpful than like, oh, you're not going to understand it. It's too complex. It's so dense. Like, that's not helping anybody. You might want to read a fantasy and still just not want to read a dense book. All genres have some books that are easier to read and some that require more effort / brain power. I think people say that to entice non-fantasy readers to convince them to read a specific book, but a book isn't a video game. So exactly. Listen, that anybody can read a 1,000-page book in 2 to 3 days if you put your mind to it. If you put your mind to it, you can do anything. The mind is a lovely thing. But I think that you can. Like, I think that Black Leopard Red Wolf is just a bad book. This is the other thing. I think that so many times the fantasy community, and again, like, this is why I don't fuck with them. I think that so many times that an author will write a bad book in the fantasy genre, and then someone who doesn't read that genre will pick it up, and people will be like, oh, we just don't understand it. And I think that there is a time and place for like, okay, maybe if all you've ever read, again, going back to the person who just read essay collections, if all I've ever done is read like my assigned school reading, so it's like some light classics, and I got really into memoir and I got really into maybe creative nonfiction, so like Bad Blood or Say Nothing or Empire of Pain. So I read stuff like that and I read essay collections. Like, that's kind of my genre thing. Obviously, if I go into an adult high fantasy, there are going to be genre conventions that I might not understand. But I do think that so many times, like, a book will just be not good. Like, it'll just be not good. And someone will come up to the person in the comment section and they'll be like, well, all you ever read is Tessa Bailey, Big Dick Men, Tiny Women. All you ever read is, Sarah J. Maas, Fairy Smut. So you just wouldn't understand. Like, you just don't get it. And it's like, maybe not. Maybe they didn't get every genre convention from Black Leopard Red Wolf, but the book is just not good. It's just not a good book. Like, I've tried to read it. It wasn't entertaining. It wasn't good. I didn't want to read it. So like, I don't think someone coming like from Penelope Douglas and their thing is like bad is automatically invalid. It's similar to the new adult argument about needing books to be a buffer between YA and adult. I mean, I don't think that like how do I want to say this? I think some people definitely want new adult as like a buffer. But I also think that like sometimes this is really, it's more enjoyable to read about people in their 20s that are still like, the themes in an adult book with someone in their 20s is definitely different than themes of like YA books with people in their 20s. And I do think that there is like a happy middle ground to be found in the space that's very different than like beginner fantasy. Like, I don't view new adult books as like beginner adult books. I view them as adult books that just explore different experiences than other adult books that are published in the past. But that's just me. I'm also someone who grew up because in 4th grade, I was not reading at grade level. And then, I read and I continued to read. And so like, it was that person in elementary school who could no longer read books from like the regular library. I had to like go find regular books at the regular library to read, not the school library. And so like, at that point, you're reading things that have like nothing to do with you. So at this point, like, I'm fine not reading books about people in their early 20s or whatever. But I do think the themes that are explored in both of those things are definitely different. Exactly. But I also don't, this man is also writing the same book 3 times from 3 different perspectives. So like, maybe if you didn't read, Black Leopard Red Wolf, and you didn't fuck with it, you could read Penelope Douglas and then read whatever it was, a Spider Monkey Witch King, or whatever the second book is called, and appreciate that more, because I don't think anybody wanted to be in fucking Tracker's head. Nobody. I watched so many people when that book came out who were diehard adult fantasy readers. So you know what? Never mind. Fuck this. Sorry, Marlon James. Like, but Marlon James is also not somebody who actually wrote fantasy. Like the 7, what is it? The 7, A Brief History of 7 Killings is adult literary fiction. And it won the Man Booker Prize that year. And Black Leopard Red Wolf reads very similarly to A Brief History of 7 Killings. It doesn't really read like adult high fantasy. So like, again, it's not even like a 1-to-1. people underestimate how dense other genres like literary fiction can get. They definitely do. They definitely do. People in literary fiction definitely be getting very in their own head about their own ability to write. They definitely some literary fiction people took one too many creative writing courses, and they definitely think that they are just a master with a pen, and they be getting real in the weeds that nobody wanted them to get into, and we're begging someone to edit them. It sounds like people never read a book set outside the US. You probably retranslated works as a kid and so understood the world. Maybe you exactly. This is also a thing. Like you can definitely experience. I want to say like you could experience other cultures set in contemporary settings. I also think that people routinely. Maybe it's just because I think people look for different things in contemporary books. But to me, a good contemporary book still has to build a world, which is why I don't understand when people get really upset with the pop cultural reference, because a good pop cultural reference is going to root the story in a time and a place, and setting something that is like devoid of any kind of cultural acknowledgement is weird to me. Like if I'm reading a book that is supposed to be set in the 90s, I need things to root it in the 90s. If I'm reading a book that's set in 2000, I want things that are going to root it in 2000. If you're writing a book and it's set in 2015, I want the characters to feel like we're in 2015. I don't want contemporary books that like there are going to be timeless qualities to any contemporary story, but I want a sense of time and place. And if you're reading a contemporary and there is no sense of time and place, and it's just characters kind of existing in the ether, I hate to tell you this, but it's not good. It's not good. And I think that sometimes people like let contemporary authors get away with writing really bland books because they don't think that there needs to be the same level of attention to world building that a fantasy does. And I say this the same way that I talk about a good romance to me has the same level of care and attention that a good fantasy does. Like a good romance, if I'm going to believe that these two people are going to come together either from hating each other or they're going to come together from like being friends for a really long time, but they haven't acknowledged it. It is the same kind of level of attention you need to give to the world building in your fantasy and the world building of these two people getting together. And so I think that if more people like obviously like what you want out of your fantasy and like what you want out of your contemporary, it's always going to be different. But I do think that there is a level, I do think there is a gap in how people talk about these things, which I think is interesting. It's always that complicated here for the knowledge. I think people want to say instead of beginner fantasy is fantasy that is easy for me to read, to understand, and to grapple with. That's probably very accurate. I would agree with that. I guess the question is, do they actually easy win though? Reading similar books and having people to discuss with helps me with a dense book. Um, Again, like I guess, but I don't think maybe I don't know where in the conversation this comment came up, but I do think that there are some literary fictions that don't easy win. They don't easy win. Like you're just like when you read like Douglas Stewart, he just kind of throws you in, and you have to kind of get with the program with their little Jenga tower. Hanya Yanagihara, horrible writer. She just kind of throws you. She's not a horrible writer because she throws you in. She's a horrible writer for a lot of reasons that I've talked about over the years. They kind of throw you in. Jonathan Franzen and Crossroads, he just throws you in. Like literary fiction people just like literally throw you in and they want you to sink or swim. Like it's the same level as jumping into an adult fantasy. How far behind? Oh, I am so far behind. My bad, guys. But I'm gonna read every comment. I'm gonna read all the comments. Hello. Yeah, at the time, like I know Lauren from the Novelesh, she said I'm not reading this and she gave up. She gave up. But that varies so widely, depends on more book exactly. Two, whether it's that prose, magic, system, characters, themes, etc. Fantasy is a real big genre with many subgenres. That's also very true about the subgenres specifically. I think that a lot of people definitely just think it's all very much the same. And this is the other thing I think. Maybe it's just I'm also in my feelings because I feel like sometimes the fantasy girlies, they have like the worst reading comprehension. Sometimes, just a little bit. Moving for a reason. Pictured as the Greenbone Saga. Okay, Greenbone Saga. That's where we are. That's where we are in the conversation. It could have been, definitely could have been, but it's not. And so now it's a high fantasy. But I think that if you like family stories, I think that even if you like family stories and you don't read fantasy, I think you would like the Greenbone Saga. Like even if you don't like family stories, but you like seeing, if you like really complex, backroom dealing politics, the Greenbone Saga's got you. Like, I think the Greenbone Saga has something for literally every reader. And if you just don't read it because you are so intimidated by the fantasy, that's weird to me. Just pick it up. Your first ever fantasy book was a David Bad trilogy, and everyone's acting like she was complex. It's just a little magic. I will be okay. Exactly. I haven't read David Bad, but I do think like if you really want to read a book, you can put your mind to it and read the book. You can read the book. It might take you. I'm not going to sit here and say that that every reader is going to read fantasy at the same speed that they read a contemporary, and I don't think that's a problem. I don't think that makes the book harder or more complex. It just means that it takes you a little bit longer to read a book. It just does. Like some things are going to take you a little bit longer, but it doesn't mean that it's like not for beginners. It just means you just got to take a little bit more time with it. I think sometimes people like the aesthetic of a big brain book too. Exactly. They definitely do. Because some of these books are long and convoluted and make very basic. That's also very true. Again, like this is part of the writer is not being edited. The writer is being very like self-indulgent and circuitous. Is that the word I'm looking for? Or just be going around in circles. My thing is I'm less intimidated and I don't want to risk being bored. Like, and listen, there are definitely boring parts of Anna Karenina, I won't lie. Like all the shit about him redistributing his wealth, I found very boring, along with everybody else. But on the whole, it's a good time. The only intimidation thing I understand is page count, because that can be a lot of time invested, and it's not exclusive to fantasy. That is also very accurate. There are a lot of chunky books that have nothing to do with fantastical things happening. That was really awkward sentence structure. I think interest plays a larger part. Like when I'm not interested, I just say no. That's, perfectly valid. I mean, I understand. I don't read a lot of magical realism. I just say that there are people who like read magical realism thinking it's going to get them to fantasy, and I don't think that's really a train that's going to go anywhere. I think they can. I think that here's the thing. If you're a person, this is what I'm saying. People who are making beginner fantasy recs, like that is for an audience of people that want to read, let's say, the Greenbone Saga. Let's say that you are a reader and you think the Greenbone Saga is not for you, or you're the kind of person who thinks the Poppy War is not for you, or Babel, you're a little intimidated, right? If you are the kind of person who's looking to find something that's going to ease your toe into the water, that means you are the kind of person that wants to read something a little bit more complex. Like you are looking for a fantasy that is rich with some fantastical, but you want to ease on into it. So that, to me, you should just jump to the one that you want to read. I think that it's very weird to pick a series, not because maybe you're a little interested in that series, but you think that series is going to be a stepping stone to something a little bit complicated that is in a similar vein. And I think that if you were the kind of person who's willing to put time and effort into reading something that is completely outside of the thing that you were originally interested in doing, just save yourself the time and read the things you're interested in reading and just take your time with it. Like, I don't think that I'm overestimating somebody who is expressing an interest in reading something. I'm not saying that everybody on the street I'm going to pull off and I'm going to give them a 1,000-page fantasy book and they're going to read and enjoy it. What I'm saying is if this person already has expressed an interest in wanting to read the thing, that they could read the thing and cut out the middleman. You're a part of the demographic that is not reading a 1,000-page book in 2 days. Listen, that's fine. I don't think everyone has to, but I think you can. If you, I think anybody who wants to can. Do I think you're going to read it physically? No. Do I think that everyone's going to read it digitally? No. Like whatever the combination of things is going to get you to read that book in a couple of days is going to be the thing that gets you there. And obviously, it might not be, Monday I start it, Tuesday I finish it, but like the collective time of reading it, like if you actually sit down and say, okay, every day I read for 1 hour a day, in 24 days, sure, you might have taken so from the 1st to 24th, it took you to read that 1,000-page book. But if all you did is read for an hour a day, congratulations, you read a 1,000-page book in a day. So weird for me to say you don't understand it. I regularly read fantasy, and some fantasy books just don't make exactly. Like sometimes they just don't. Sometimes they just don't. Like sometimes the author wants you to think the math is mathing, and it's just simply untrue. You don't think you'll ever have the attention span to be part of the demographic? Listen, that's fine. You don't have. I'm not saying everyone has to, but I think if somebody wanted to, then they could take steps to get there. Like sometimes magic system in the world has a lot of holes and makes it hard to understand no matter what. Very true. Rereading and fit rereading and reading analysis and explanation of the book would be more helpful. Neither of these are as popular as they exactly. Like, what is the point? I mean, I know Erin was doing this with Malazan. She had like she had the PowerPoint for the people. She had a podcast for the people. She had, study guides and Wikipedia pages open. So like what is the point of all the content that people are making talking about these things if you are not going to take it in? Like for every big brained advanced fantasy thing, there are 1,200 people on the internet who have read it, who are talking about, who have made content surrounding it. So if you are uncertain about something, you can find information. Like I think that it is okay to read a book and not fully understand everything that went into the book and having to go and look for things. Like people do that every day. Like, what do you think a review is for? Like, what do you like? You can find it, I promise. What do you think about the transition from YA fantasy to adult fantasy? Because I say that generally have different styles and conventions. I would say just read the adult fantasy that you want to read. Like if you really liked Throne of Glass because it was a war, like an epic war saga, there are so many epic war sagas that you could find that are approachable for you to find. Like go pick up the Poppy War. Just go pick it up. Just go get it. Go, like, you know what I mean? Like there is, for every YA trope that is a series, there is an adult correlation that you could find. I'm not saying that adult books do not feature characters in their 20s. What I'm saying is new adult books that have characters in their 20s explore different thematic elements than adult books in their 20s. And I'm not saying, or at least they used to. I also think that it is important to understand that there are books being published today that are exploring different themes, because we were talking about books not exploring those themes 5 years ago, and publishing moves slowly. So like when people are talking about when, now everyone, but well, not everyone on BookTube, but like in my circle of people that I've been following who might be like 27 now, when they were 22 trying to find something, they could have found a book with a 22-year-old, but it would not have been what you're going to find now, trying to find a book about a 22-year-old. I don't know. I think plenty of books start where the protagonist is a child and they do continue on where YA usually stops it for full adulthood. And then there are adult books with main characters who are teens. I would say they're exploring different themes because they're usually still coming of age, but the approach and writing style is very different. Yeah, if you read an adult book about a teenager, it's very different than reading an adult book or YA book about a teenager. A lot of people are uninterested in putting great deals of time and effort into reading a book. And that, I'm not saying that this is the thing. Like, again, I'm not asking for everyone to put time and effort in, but I think that if you're making a beginner video, these are people who are willing to do so. And I don't think it's weird to tell people who are willing to do so, here's a book that you might enjoy about this thing that you're already looking to read. Timing and pacing of things goes into things being beginner, though it's why chapter books aren't given to beginner readers. I don't know. Maybe it's not chapter books. Those why Colleen Hoover books. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Which is why you see all the short book recs, books that your reviews go one day reads, etc. I mean, but I feel like that's very different. When I picked up crocheting, the beginner friendly stitches and patterns were all ones that I could be done quickly. Again, like that's fine, but I think that if okay, so I'm assuming this is talking about like quick books, things, timing and pacing of things, going to things being beginner. But I also think that just because the book is long doesn't mean that it's necessarily slowly paced. Like Empire of the Vampire is a pretty long book. It's, what is it, like 600 700 pages, but it reads very quickly. So I'm not really like if I'm putting together a beginner list, I'm not gonna just put short books on there because I think that they're going to be faster for people to get through. Like there are definitely books that are short that are really slow to get through. What is it? She Who Became the Sun is shorter than Empire of the Vampire, but it's not fast to get through. So like, I'm not really. I also think that people don't. Sometimes people read things in a day, and that's fine. I read things in a day. I read things in a day all the time, but I don't know if they let those things sit with them the way that I think those books could sit with them if they were doing it to actually ingest the story and to not just hit a number. I think beginner fantasy might also be about figuring out if you like the genre when you haven't read much of it, and they tend to be less complex to give the idea of the genre. But my thing is like, so if I'm putting together a list of most of the beginner fantasy that people like tell people to read isn't anything that has anything to, if if I saw a this is why I wanted to watch the videos, because if I'm just looking at a title, the title isn't giving me anything that I need to know. So in these beginner fantasy videos, if it's like, if you like this trope in this genre, read this book. I think that is actually helpful. But if we're just like putting random shit in here, like, oh, you can't read Wheel of Time, you can't read Brandon Sanderson because it's just far more complex. So we got to start you off with this person to get you up here. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think that if you were a person who wants to get into the fantasy genre and you tell me some tropes and things that you like, I can give you a fantasy to start with. That makes sense to me. But just labeling easy to read fantasy as like the beginner fantasy so we can get to, I don't know, something that you don't like, you're not even interested in, is weird to me. You agree, booked and busy, this is an anti-intellectual shit the girls are on, is why none of them want to put any into reading. Not energy into reading, and then they want to get back and call reading ableist. Like, we can talk about ableism in books, but the argument cannot be book is thick. I'm crying. I used to think length make a difference until you actually read some short stories and novellas, and exactly. Like, the idea that a novella fantasy is going to make more sense than something that is 900 pages, that's the first mistake. The first thing that they cut in a novella is anything that's going to approach sense. Any kind of explanation is cut. We're going straight to the meat of the story. Discussion is very open. It's very eye-opening. When I was a teen, there wasn't a lot of YA, so fantasy was the majority of what we read. I've never read a fantasy that didn't feel like I'd have easily read it at 14. That's my thing. Like, if I could watch like these same channels who talk about reading these really Game of Thrones, Wheel of Time, Malazan, when they're like 12 and 13, and then turning around and telling everybody you can't read that, actually. You can't read, what is it, Anne McCaffrey. You can't read Ursula Le Guin. Like, you can't read these people. You have to read these other people first, because you gotta work your way up to Joe Abercrombie. You can't start with Joe Abercrombie. You have to go here first. For why? For why? Like, for what reason? Like, it sounds like people are in this thing where the YA books that they read made them stupid, and so now we gotta beat the YA out of you so you can understand these adult concepts. And it's like, these adult concepts aren't being written that great. Like, they're just not. Okay, but what if beginner fantasies are still, I mean, that's fine. I'm not saying that beginner fantasy can't be a good book. People don't recommend books they think are bad for beginners. I think people do. But again, like, I wanted to watch the video. I haven't because I'm really not that invested anymore. But I did want to watch the video to see how we're classifying these things. Because again, like, so many of the classics were written at a time where people just had to read those. Like 13-year-olds just had, like, that's what you got. Like, sorry. Like, I guess you had the Chronicles of Narnia, you had Willy Wonka, you had Roald Dahl, you had again the Chronicles of Narnia, and then it was straight off to Robert Jordan. Like, come on now. You're a mood reader. If a series doesn't hit right in that moment, I may read it later and love it. There's all the aspect of how heavy life is at the moment in brain power a person has left. That's fair. What would you prefer? Someone just wanted to talk about a certain style of book, like low fantasy. I mean, that's fine. Like, I don't, like, here's the thing. There's no way for me to like tell people to stop making beginner fantasy. There's like, I can't do that. I can't take that away from the girls. I feel like to the adult fantasy people, the community over there, I think making a beginner fantasy video is kind of like their try. Like, you have to make the beginner fantasy video so that you can be respected as a fantasy person. But that's fine. Like, again, like, it's fine, they want to do that. And if people wanted to talk about books that have like low fantasy, or like, here's some urban fantasy recs or whatever, some our world fantasy, like, go for it. Do whatever you want to do. I just don't personally understand the phrase, like, how are we categorizing beginner when that's what seems to be lumping them together. Fantasy also has a lot of subgenres. Why you might not like epic fantasy because of the world building, you might like urban fantasy. That is very fair. Who is saying that listen, somebody out there. Tropes do. Usually I've been really exploring romance and find my enjoyment is based on the tropes and characters, obviously. But let me see here. Something can be beginner friendly, but not the right fit. Exactly. Another good point to be making. You saw someone with max attention. She was discovering novellas was the greatest thing that happened. Listen, I love this for you. I'm happy that you have found novellas. I found a couple of novellas last year that I really enjoyed reading that I was surprised by. But um, that's what that is. Not clown behavior. Anyone can understand Sanderson. The question is, how bored are you willing to be? That's exactly. I agree with this. Listen, this is what they be acting like. They act like they gotta beat it out of you. I mean, is gatekeeping bullshit? Absolutely. Do I also endorse gatekeeping? Absolutely. Maybe not fantasy, but my favorite books, I definitely I will gatekeep them. I will gatekeep my favorites. I'm almost caught up. I got like 5 comments. So maybe by 5 after, we will do our next sprint. High key, some of those YA books over explain stuff because the editors think people are stupid. That's fair. That's very true. It's kind of fun because I got done watching a bunch of beginner fantasy videos and they were wildly different in taste. The only names that popped up consistently was Brandon Sanderson and Lord of the Rings. So beginner fantasy is really based on what they first read. That's that's also true. World building in YA is the first thing out the window. Throw in some made up words and you're good to go. That's also true. That's true. I'm a gatekeeper. I don't give a fuck. How can you gatekeep something you can buy at any retailer or rent from your library? Listen, I will gatekeep. I will gatekeep. You cannot read it. You cannot read my favorites. My favorite books are unreadable, except to me. I'm the only person allowed to read them, so I live in a land of delusion. Maybe not. Some of them are. Some of the like I guess like the little older out of print books, but I don't have any out of print books on my favorite list. So sadly, one novella I have learned that will never work for me is a sci-fi novella. You've read 8 of them and they all flopped. You cannot build a sci-fi world in 150 pages. That's fair. That's fair. I don't gatekeep books written by people of color, but if you're a white person, y'all will not find them. I'm sorry. Not this. Sometimes I do feel like I gotta gatekeep. If I could have gatekept Babel, I would have. I would have. I still side eye people who put that on their favorite list. I side eye it. I do. Other people have messaged me saying they don't want to call people stupid, but I definitely think some people were not intelligent enough to read that book. I definitely stand by that one. 2 minutes until our next sprint. Well, it's really about a minute because according to StreamYard, it's like 3 after and 45 seconds. You will gatekeep enemies to lovers until your last breath. No one but me understands. You still side eye. I mean, I definitely think that there were complex ideas, but I think anyone can read it. But do I think anyone this is the thing. Like I think anybody can read any book, but I don't think every book is gonna hit you the same way. So like you gotta be careful here. You're bad at gatekeeping because I find a new fave. Y'all won't shut up. Not intelligent enough for Babel. Listen, it's not that I think that you have to be an intelligent person necessarily, but yes, I do. I do. I do. You're literally standing between Laini Taylor and the world. I mean, luckily for you, these days Laini Taylor is quiet. But in early BookTube, Laini Taylor was like literally everybody's favorite author. Like you could not like when she was releasing them books back when I first started on BookTube, everyone loved that woman. Everyone can read, but should they read it? Exactly. This is a very good point that is going to bring us back to our good friend, Little Kitty Cat Timer. Little Kitty Cat Timer will meow. Will meow. Will make a noise. So if you say you were startled after the 45 minutes are up, I might laugh at you. But let's read. Welcome back, readers. How did everybody do? I did do some reading, so let me change this. I'm reading the Super Secret Adult Boogie Book, and I'm almost done. I am at 79%. I'm very happy to be at 79% because it means I'm almost done. I have 3 hours and 50 minutes left, but I'm listening at 3 times speed, although I feel like you wouldn't know it because it sounds like I'm listening at 1 time speed, even though we are 3 times as fast. So, love that. It's also wild to me that we're about to be 3 hours deep in this live and we've only done 2 sprints. We've only done 2 sprints. We got 2 sprints to go. I don't think that we'll be here too terribly long because we've already hit both of the little conversations that I had prepared. So this might not be another 45-minute endeavor of me trying to play catch up with the comments. Let's see here. Hello, welcome back. Sorry you missed it, but you can always rewind, or maybe you rewind during the sprint. I don't know what you're doing, Bree. I don't know what you're doing. Is the Super Secret Adult Boogie Book, or is this about Babel? Let's see here. Read about 30 pages into a lot of annotating, 70% into Our Missing Hearts. I don't know how to feel. I feel like this is Celeste Ng. That is not on my 2023 TBR. Read 1 chapter and things are getting interesting. Made it to 44% into The Vanished Birds. Read 50 pages of The Broken Girls. You finished your YA book, better than book 1. I love that. 35 pages of Take a Hint, Danny Brown. You love to see it. 3 hours left of the book, according to Kindle. You were so unproductive with reading, but you watched 4 videos on homemade pizza dough. Okay. It took you 4 videos to make... I don't know. I feel like pizza dough was like the first thing I learned how to make. It was like focaccia and then pizza dough. Like... but it's also been a minute. There was like in 2021, I was big on my pizza game. And my pizza dough was good. Although I was finding that because I was using the vegan cheese, it was more beneficial to make a calzone if I wanted it to melt. I guess to me, pizza dough was pizza dough. Like I'm not trying to make no New York style flims. Like it was pizza dough. It worked out for me. Edited the video and posted it. Okay, so I know what I'll be doing during the next sprint. Our Missing Hearts is giving what should have been written. Ooh, not written by somebody else. Although to be fair, I have not read anything by Celeste Ng, but isn't that like dystopian? When I hear Celeste Ng, I don't think science fiction. So, but even that's supposed to be like a science fiction that has like a very human component to it. I thought you need to learn how to bake again. I feel like it's riding a bike. You never really forget. But also, I feel like a lot of baking is just following a recipe. And if there's one thing I can do is follow a recipe. Another 34 pages in Herbal and Nev reread, even better on reread than the first time. I had a really good time rereading that. We reread it in, was it February last year? Was I that person? I probably was that person who made Opal and Nev the February pick for choices, but it really was good the second time. Although the second time I reread it, I tried to listen to the audiobook and I just couldn't get into it. I will say that's probably the only time, not the only time, but it's one of the few times in my recent listening to Miss Bonnie that I felt it worked. I felt who she was, the narrator finally matched the character. I don't be trying to follow recipes. I be trying to create them, and that's why I'm toxic. I feel like there are certain things you can do that with, like you could probably Like, you can add things to a bread recipe, I guess, or like a cake or like a pie filling, but for the crust, for the pizza dough, I feel like that's not where you make the recipe. Like, if you wanna make a pizza sauce and do something special with the sauce, do that, you know what I mean? Like, but I feel like some of the basics are the basics for a reason. Like, no one's out here inventing whole new fucking pasta recipes. Like, a pasta sauce? Sure. But I guess if you're out here, like, doing gluten-free, sure, but good luck, Miss Monet, and you're inventing pizza dough. You've been saying you'll make beer red for weeks now. It's dystopian, but, like, it would only work as a concept from the hands of an indigenous or Black author, but that's your little opinion. Interesting. I have no idea. I think this was a Libro FM influencer selection, so, like, I'm sure I have the audio, but I'm in no rush to read that book, even less so now. You listened to Oplanev and probably would have liked it better if you read it physically. I think it's really good to read physically. I only listened to the audiobook because it was crunch time, but even in crunch time, I just wish I were to a physical book. The first time I read it, it was as an ARC, and it was one of the few times that the ARC was formatted properly for the Kindle. Although I do blame Amazon for that. I blame Amazon because there ain't no reason they need to be fucking up files like it be doing. But it was good. I do recommend it. Opal and Nev has been sitting on yourself since it debuted. You do. It's a good book. It's a good book. It's doing what Miss Daisy Jones wanted to do, but better. But better. But better. Nev is trifling. Nev is one of the most trifling little characters I've ever had the misfortune. I don't want to say misfortune of reading. You know who I think? I think that Nev and what's her name? Juniper. Nev, Juniper, and Letty, them three menaces. They'd be those three characters right there. That's the evil. That's the menace trifecta. All three of them thinking they doing something they not doing. All three of them. That's my little 2 cents, though. I think we're gonna do our next little sprinty sprint at 5 after, so in 5 minutes. You think you started watching your channel after your review of it? Oh, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. That was also a very actually, that video, I had a lot of bangers in that video. Opal and Nev was a banger. The Unraveling of Cassidy Holmes is a banger. It's not on the shelf where you can see it anymore, but I still have that. It was a good one. Um, what was that? The little Aaron Hahn book I read, that was a banger. Uh, it really had me thinking that the music industry books were going to be my bread and butter. And then I was let down because Kiss and Tell was not a banger. It was not a banger at all. And If This Gets Out by Sophie Gonzalez and Kel Dietrich, also not a banger. Um, I was mortified. I don't follow this person. I'm so happy I don't follow this person. Um, if This Gets Out is definitely Harry Styles, Louis Tomlinson fan fiction, is definitely that. It was definitely weird to read, but somebody really sat there and like said they were reading If This Gets Out, and they pulled like some random videos from like 2010 era One Direction of Harry Styles and Louis Tomlinson talk, and they added the authors, and I was just like, this is uncomfortable. I was uncomfortable seeing the tweet. It made me embarrassed. Embarrassed that I had ever read it. Your first Monty video was a review of Love Victor. Damn. That was my did I post that review of I think I did have a Shadow and Bone review, but Love Victor, it really sat there as a really odd man out. Also, that first season was horrible. Such a bad show. The Girls with Stars in Her Eyes was not a banger. I have not read that one. I haven't read that one, but I really thought I was a music industry girly. I liked Daisy. I thought Daisy was fun. Daisy was doing what I needed her to do, and so I had this whole little collection of music industry books. But I'm also the kind of person who likes wealthy characters. Every time, which I think is actually not very popular on BookTube, which is weird. I think that like in the general sphere, just based on how many books I see published with like wealthy, famous main characters, like clearly me and the girlies at Target are eating it up. But on BookTube, every time I see someone like do a little tag video or discussing like things that are like their anti-buzzword, it's always a famous character. It's always like an actor character, a musician character. But like really wealthy people are things that I really enjoyed. Um, I liked Anarchy because it's a good book. It's a good book. Um, but what was it? What was I saying? The people don't like it, but I ate it up. Except for if this gets out, that was a bad book, and it wasn't that Kiss and Tell was a bad book. I was just confused by Deep Karam's decisions in that book, but I liked him too much to give him a 3 stars, so I gave him 4 stars. But I also never went back to Goodreads to review that book properly because I'm still confused as to why a white boy is the main character of that little thing. It was weird. Um, we could just I didn't need that. I didn't need that at all. But if you had to read a book about a little gay boy in a boy band, I would recommend Kiss and Tell before if this gets out, because if this gets out, I was just like, I know After is like getting a movie. The whole, all of them got a movie. After, before, after the after, parts 7 through 9, they're all out there in the world. But didn't need that. Also, speaking of movie adaptations, the little that little Trump author, she also is getting her little Beautiful Disaster, and they're filming the sequel. And I'm like, I really want to support you, Mr. Dylan Sprouse, but I don't know if I can do that with the Trump author, with the crazy lady over there on Truth Social. So that's sad. I'm a little bit sad I won't be able to watch it because I would like to support him and Jenny Gardner because she was fun in Runaways. I liked that before it got canceled. And so I said, well, if you're canceled, I'm not going to watch your last season. So I can live with my fond memories. But 2 minute warning ish, kind of. According to StreamYard, there's like a minute and 15 seconds until 5 after. So I think that even though I'm listening at 3 times speed, I don't think obviously I'm not going to finish writing this next sprint. But if I could get to 85%, I would be happy. I would count it as a win for this sprint. Lester is getting adaptation. You fell to your knees and threw up when you heard. I feel like when that book was coming out, I was seeing nothing but positive thoughts and opinions. And now it's been very neutral to like, I don't like this book. Makes me nervous. Makes me nervous. Although it is like a sad girl book, I think, allegedly. Don't hold me to that. And my track record with the sad girl books, very spotty. Very hit and miss. So I don't think I will be going on that little lemmy lim to read it. I mean, I'm not surprised. Although to be fair, I probably will watch it. I'm not gonna read it, but I'll probably watch it. I'll see. I'll check it out. I'll peruse. I'm from the area and she was lying. She was lying. Oh. Okay, we have to sprint because I already announced a time and I don't want to be a liar. But when we come back, I need the tea. I need the tea about I need the tea. I need the tea when we come back. So I'm gonna be quiet for 45 minutes and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna get the tea about Lester, about the lies and misrepresentations. Welcome back, readers. I'm now 90% into my super secret adult bookie book, and it's not good. Um, Recently, I have taken issue with the claim that people make that authors are. That's the timer. When the timer is up, the little kitty cat makes a noise. It makes like a little meow meow. But I take an issue with the people who are like, oh, the authors are out here, just writing the same book. They wrote this book. I feel like um, it's a very lazy thing. Oh, okay. I was like very. I'm out of it. Anyway, okay. So I think it's a lazy thing to say. It just feels boring. I've said it, I'm not out here calling anyone out for it. But we've all done it. But this book is just like it's not the exact same book. It's not, but it might as well be. And I think that like that's kind of what is so unenjoyable about this. Because like the first book I read by this person, it's not that it was like bad, it was just empty. And how do we write a second book that's just as empty? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I don't like books where I feel as though the author wants me to project onto it. It like wants me to do the heavy lifting. Like they have crafted a skeleton, a scaffolding that is available for me to use. Like cute, congratulations, but I'm here for a book, not scaffolding. Those Berkeley romances really do be the same book over and over though for the entire series. I don't read enough Berkeley romance to like really comment. I've only read the Allie Hazelwood, which is a book that is, tossed into the discussion and like are all of them, I don't know, enemies is not the right word. Are all of them like annoyed acquaintances? Like, sure. Congratulations. They're all like we got off on the wrong foot to lovers. But I do feel like they are not the same book. I don't know. Again, it just feels kind of like uninspired criticism to me personally for the select few books that I've read and seen discussed in that way. You have less than 50 pages left. This is definitely a book chiller. Interesting. Interesting. I also have like 50 pages, and I know that it would be faster for me to read these 50 pages than to listen to this book for another 45 minutes. But I think I'm going to go with listening to the book for 45 minutes. Okay, I was like, I don't know what a book chiller is, but that makes a lot more sense. Sometimes you read a book and you cannot believe it's not a debut because the writing is terrible. Like, this is the thing, like the writing isn't even in this book, it's not that the writing is bad. It's just like how do I phrase this? Sometimes I feel, and by sometimes I mean quite frequently, that there are authors that I enjoy too. This isn't, a criticism, like it's not me dragging everybody because I have authors like this where the writing is aggressively average. There's nothing bad about it. There's nothing great about it. It just kind of exists. And the book is allegedly propelled by the vibes. And so it's just like the vibes are not present and accounted for. Like they missed the meeting where they're supposed to come in and do stuff. And so now the author is like out here living it up. People are clamoring for more books from this person when what they have given is nothing. Like, even if they had given me dust, like they had just never released another book, I would have gotten more from them than when they did put out a book. Because it's like there's nothing here. And to do this twice, about two books this person has put out. Both of them, just nothing. Okay. Our Missing Hearts is not good, I fear. I don't like books where the main character is basically a mirror for you to project onto. See, it's not even that the main character is a mirror. Like, everybody in this book has, like, everyone here has allegedly a personality. They have, like, aims that they're trying to accomplish, but there's still, like, nothing. Like, there's still nothing. Like, everything that you think you need is, like, present and accounted for and, like, is here, but it's also not here. Welcome back. Welcome back. I don't know how to say this nicely, but it's like she saw the Black Lives Matters protest and the DAPL protest and said, what if this instead was everybody specifically acting China and wrote this book about? Okay, so what if this instead was everybody specifically about China and wrote this book? Interesting. I have not seen anybody talk about Our Missing Hearts, but interesting. Just finished The Cat Who Saved Book. You love the vibes. The plot was okay. Needed more cat for a book called The Cat Who Saved Books. That seems like a fair criticism. I would assume that a cat would be featured prominently in such a title. I think we are going to do our last little sprinty sprint here at 2 minutes. Yes, I also, if we're not getting the tea, we're going to do the sprint in 2 minutes. Okay, so we will do the sprint at 5 after. So in like, what is that? 7 minutes? Can I math? That sounds about right. In like 7 minutes, we're going to do our last little sprinty sprint of the night. I'm going to finish my book, which is all I really wanted to do today. Allegedly conspiracy theory. I was supposed to do a little reading vlog over the weekend, but yes, the luster tea is coming. I'm assuming that they are typing. So allegedly conspiracy. I was supposed to do a reading vlog over the weekend, but I don't think I'm going to do that because I do not foresee myself reading after we're done here. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't see it for me. Raven Leilani decided to write about Maplewood / Irvington. I'm assuming that's New Jersey. Is this New Jersey? Let me see here. Maybe it's not New Jersey. Let's see here. Oh, okay. It is New Jersey. Irvington is literally known as Little Haiti because everyone that lives there is literally Caribbean. Okay. So from New Jersey, we're in New Jersey. We're in Maplewood, New Jersey. And you lived in the area. You went to the middle school in this area, and this is called Little Haiti. And I'm assuming, based on the comments up here, 1 second, where'd they go? Oh, went up. She was lying. So I'm assuming this is about a girl who has like no black friends. I'm assuming that's what's happening here. But let's see here. Also nagging a teenager to go back to school. 3 people did this 2 days after his grandpa, sole caregiver and only family member he had, other than an aunt he just met, died. Oh, yeah, that is weird. That's a very weird plot point. And Raven Leilani wrote this place as a place that's predominantly white. I don't know. Let's Google. I also definitely thought that that book was set in the UK. I completely thought that book was set in the UK. I thought that Raven Leilani was a UK girly, but apparently she's from the Bronx. I don't know why I thought this. I don't know why I thought this at all. Um, it doesn't say, but let me go to the Wikipedia page for Luster. It doesn't say. Just she's a black woman in her 20s, the main character. And yeah, let's see. Let's go back to the comments. Apparently, the street this girl lives on is all white people. She goes to school with all white people. Don't remember her name. My opinion of that book was just that it was very whatever. Brazil should be called Lebanon because there's more Lebanese people than Lebanon, which is so funny to me. That is wild. I did not know that. The more you know. Nah, it's set in Jersey. He takes the bus to New York, and there's a train that takes you straight there in 20 minutes. Is the train more expensive than the bus? Maybe the bus is cheaper. She was on a budget. Lester was something. Literally, none of y'all have anything nice to say, and y'all want me to read this? This is how I know I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked. The girl is black, and she's adopted by a white family, and the main character has an affair with the white husband. Okay. I mean, sounds like, what's her name, according to this little Wikipedia page? Sounds like Edie is going through it. Also, Edie is not a very good name. Not a very good name. Oh, no, the bus is $8. Okay, well, maybe she's too bougie for the train. Maybe she's too bougie for the train. She said, I need a window. I need a window. Maybe the bus is less crowded than the train. Maybe the bus smells better. I don't know. The main character was dating a married white man with a adopted black daughter. It was a little fun because of mess while it lasted. Not clocking the lies. It's a pattern now, I swear. Also, she has a racist experience in Irvington by an Italian person. And I'm like, babes, where are the Italians in Irvington? They don't live here. Okay, I'm going to Google the census data. Census data for Irvington, New Jersey. Let's just see. Let's also fact check the girls. Oh, it's looking like it was all a lie. Where's this? Stop that. Although, is this really? Let me get a couple of websites because I don't really know this website. Here we go. Census.gov. You can't argue with census.gov. So, presenting, sharing the screen, the Chrome tab. Again, this is an official government website, so no lies gonna be here. According to the census website, there is 6% white people in Irvington, New Jersey, and 85% black. So it does not seem to make sense. And only 2% are just white, just straight white. So some of the 6%, they are, Hispanic, Latino, some other little situation. Or I guess it could be part of these people, like the 5.1, 2 or more races. But it doesn't seem to be like Irvington is going to be the place for you to find a racist person. Does not seem to be the place to have this racist encounter with the thing. And again, this is for Irvington Township in Essex County, New Jersey. And this is the most recent page. Like if you go in to see an official website of the United States government, don't get any more. Okay, let's see here. Maplewood. Let's look at Maplewood, New Jersey. Oh, I can't find 1 second. Let me not embarrass myself on the internet. Maplewood, New Jersey census. Okay, we are back with the census data for Maplewood, New Jersey. And it's more of an even split. It's 53.5% in Maplewood, 33% Black or African American, 50, straight 50 for the white alone. So I guess if you were going to have a racialized experience, it's probably going to happen in Maplewood and not Irvington. That's what I'm getting from the census data, which again, an official website of the United States government. Also, we're supposed to sprint like a minute ago, so we'll go at 10. At 10, we're gonna sprint. The author grew up in the Bronx. Yeah, that's what I saw. She missed me off, y'all. Wikipedia says white alone was less than 2% in 2020. I'm sorry, I was fuming reading that shit. With 3 colleges around the area. Listen, I had to. I'm not saying there's no racism, but literally Maplewood is filled with Ethiopians and Somalis. I too had a really fun time researching. I've never been on the website for the census, and it was really entertaining. So I probably will be looking at more census data during the sprint. Can you see Brooklyn? That looks interesting. I mean, sure, why not? I have it open still. Brooklyn census data. Mm, I What does the new census data tell us about Brooklyn? This is from a website. Um, Girl, I can't break this down. I can't break this. I'm not smart enough to read this website. So, no, I cannot. There was a play inspired by a bar I live near, and I was afraid to read it because of the potential inaccuracies or Manhattan. For Manhattan, it was, I mean, for the city of New York, they had data that was easy to see. New York overall, white alone is 39.8%, and black alone is 23%. So, two of my races is only 7.1. So, they're saying they are not biracial in New York. No research was made when she wrote that book. Imagine reading about the place you go to get some oxtail and rice, and she's saying Italian eyes were following. Yeah. Brooklyn has it wouldn't be accurate. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I can't. I can't. The more you know. But like I said, for the city overall, this is what the thing says. For the city of New York, I'm not gonna try and figure out the breakdown on the website that had like colors and graph. It was too much. But for y'all, feel free to Google and you can do that. The Saudis are all in DC and Boston. They're only there for university. I feel like it's hard to go off raw data for big cities. Most of them are pretty segregated. I feel like that's probably accurate. But again, I'm not looking at they broke it. They had some colors in the graphs in the little cities, and I don't know. It definitely sounds like it. I haven't read it, but even the people in the chat who had read it, they didn't like it. Even they didn't even know lives were being had in that book, and they weren't feeling it. So, that's all we need to know. You're gonna go on a walk. Okay, have fun. Stay safe out there with your little walkie walk. Hopefully, the weather is nice. It is still snowing here, so it's been snowing all day, which I don't appreciate. I don't want it to stick. So hopefully, it melts tomorrow. Let me see what the weather's supposed to be. We have a sprint here in like 15 seconds. It's only gonna be 23 degrees tomorrow. It is not gonna melt. I'm gonna have to deal with these little frozen, icy roads for the rest of the week, but that's fine. That's fine. But I need to share the right tab. So let me do that. We got one more little kitty, and this is it. So thank you for being here with me this afternoon, guys. But let's one more. Welcome back, readers. I was not paying attention. Slash, I definitely had my laptop sound muted, so I didn't hear the cat. But that was our final spurt. I almost held up this book. I almost held up this super secret adult bookie book, but I finished the super secret adult bookie book, and I was not impressed. I was not impressed. I gave it 1 star. 1 star. 1 star. Do I think it was better than the other book? A little bit, but I don't know. I probably won't rate either of these on Goodreads just because I gained nothing from them and I don't really have a lot to say about either of them. And like they're the kind of books that were so bad that I just well, not so bad, but they're the kind of bad where like I truly don't understand what other people are seeing in this, but at the same time I have very little to say because the book gives you very little to talk about. Um so now I got the person out here who's read this book 3 times talking about who said they were a good writer. Okay. Anyway, I have seen what the fuss is about. I have been thoroughly unimpressed, and I will be updating. I'll be updating thoughts and opinions at some point. But it has been 5 hours. It's been 5 hours, and I finished a book, and I kind of want to go enjoy the rest of my evening. Yeah, it's been a day. It's been a very long day. 2 stars is being very generous. At some point, I don't know when. I have to look at my content calendar. At some point, this video will go out. Uh, at some point, I can't even give you I finished a book. My Patreon video, like I read the 3 things on the 10th. By the 10th, I was done reading, and it took me 2 weeks to edit that video. So who knows how long it's gonna take me to edit this video? But the book is read. It's been read. It'll be edited. It'll be out in the world at some point. Maybe February. Maybe December. At some point in 2023. You too, Julie. You too. Have a good evening. Made it halfway through the Vanished Birds. I'm happy everyone else is making progress. I'm probably gonna end this at the top of the hour, so in like 2 minutes. Give you enough time to get in your little updates, and then I'm just gonna call it because again, it's been so long. Yeah, it'll be up in 2023. It's one of my 2023 projects, so it's the first. Technically, the whole project is complete. So let me go ahead and like strike this out just because it's done. I can cross it off my to-do list. So I feel very accomplished for having done that. I'm, small victories because I'm currently 9 books behind. I set my goal in my little spreadsheet to, I think it's 200 books. So I could have, the 170 that I have to read for my TBR. And that gives me like 30 books. And somehow still behind, still 9 books behind. You're going to start a little romance next because you deserve better. I love this for you. I'm going to watch Project Runway for the rest of the night. We'll take it back. I'm going to watch some YouTube and then Project Runway. You should DNF your book because you don't know enough about Tunisia to understand what the context or the subtext. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good reason. Or you could Google. There might be like a little explainer video. I don't know what the book is, but I don't know. Could be one of those. Unless the book is also just like not very good. Made it to page 102 of What Lies in the Woods. It's what it broke down to. If you For the patrons, I started doing we do what is what I'm looking for? Fridays. Fridays at 4 currently. Now I'm past the clock, but it doesn't matter. Fridays at 4, I do reading sprints with them every week. And in the first sprint of 2023, I went through my little notion of all of the secret project books I plan to read this year and gave a little explanation as to how they got there, what inspired me to put them on the list. And 170 is very unserious because some of the things, like some of the projects, um, they include books that fit the theme, but I don't know if I'm actually committed to reading all of those for the theme or if I'm going to read some of them for the theme. So 170 roughly. Have so many unread books at this point. They'll get read when it happens. I mean, I wish that these were like books that I own. I only own technically the shelf that I'm blocking, this one that's facing out or whatever. This one. This has like books that I just need to unhaul. But of the books that I plan to keep, I only have like 30 unread books. I wish 170 were books that I hadn't read, but most of those are going to be library books. In the case, it's a classic case of I'm not really enjoying the book, but I'm expanding my horizon and it feels necessary. Okay, that makes sense. I like it kind of. I haven't decided yet, but we're here. This is what it's going to be probably for the rest of, well, I guess 2023 is my farewell year. So it's okay because I don't think I can move my bookshelves again. Because I'm the person that constructed them, and while I'm sure, the little IKEA bookshelves are sturdy for everybody else, I feel like my Billy bookshelves are like, like the little internet meme of like IKEA furniture just like falling apart on people. I feel like that's how mine are. So, part of it's me, but also I constructed my bookshelves from Target, my little 9 cube organizer, and that was very sturdy. I never had any issues with that thing. But these Billy bookshelves, from the moment I've built them, they have never really been sturdy. And I see why people bolt them to the wall because what is this? But it is what it is. They'll get me through the year. But thank you for coming out and being with me today. I'm gonna go enjoy the rest of your evening, enjoy the rest of your little weekend, stay safe, stay hydrated, and I will see you when I see you. But until then, and until next time, bye.